Okay. I think we're ready to get started. Yippee! New MSQ. You'd love to see it. I sure am heading to the back room. Yippee! Oh right, I forgot. Which means that she's probably gonna be involved in the duty support for this dungeon. Targeted tragedy. If you have a moment, McLaren. Yep, okay. Geode wants to take a stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new instances or incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged, as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx? Yeah, Calyx. Calyx. He lived in the age of the storm surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Probably. But we don't know for sure yet. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough. Exploring treatments for Levin sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of a thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. I met a race who did something like that in Ultimate Fool. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw aether from the reflections and expand his effort to create endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can snuff him out. I'll help you. Get in there, Galujaja. While Galuja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. I got you. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolo. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join McLaren's group, if you'll have me. Absolutely. More mouths to ask questions the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. Pfft. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Seem a little distracted there, buddy. Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted by an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And do you think we can handle that responsibility, after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for such an eventuality. She got a scholar book. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes. My parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would be more efficient for information gathering. Alt takes Fiend. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. McLaren and I will take the east. Oh, alright. Something's happening to Geode. They're giving him too much frontline credit. Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past True View and wait you there. Something's gonna happen to this boy. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Yes, I do know how escorting works. Thank you, game. Take the glasses for now. Are the sentries and air-wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the one way. Even Queen's Fiend said so. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning, or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life, if only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Damn, they go way back. You want to hear my story? While I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear, there's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air-wheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know it's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant, until it happened. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make up your mind. Mark my words, friend, when there's only a few slots left, it's going to be very ugly. Claire, in a word. I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard, one we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. I'd like to break out of the new regulators. The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report. But are you sure there wasn't anything else? Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they are equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Oh, Geode kinda cooked with that one. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's how I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who'd jump for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. Well, that's mighty suspicious. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage are wearing regulators? I'm sorry, I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. They're sucking the energy out of the bodies. McLaren, I think it's time we rejoined Cryo and Sphene. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Cryo say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Trueview? Let's get going. He's literally just sucking the energy out of their bodies and just leaving behind dust. I knew it. But they're only targeting people without the regulators. That I did not expect. We finished our patrol as well. Did not seem that more people wanted neo-regulars than before. Well, that's not too surprising, to be honest. So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators. Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed the regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so, Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. I wonder, what about that sanitation worker's story? She saw no bodies, though mentioned piles of white dust. Dust but no bodies. Now where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erinville from the sentries in the outskirts? That usher, Malachite, told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites, and attempt to ascertain its true nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Wow, wow, wow. Please don't be an emergency. It's an emergency. McLaren, we need your help. I've lost control of the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. I believe your members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? I'm on it, Gulja. Damn it. Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, voiced cutscene maybe? Yes. Wait. Sorry, are they fighting each other? Nani? Well, that's just creepy as all hell.
Stay back! Stay away from me! Leave him alone.
But why did it destroy the other sentry?
Are you alright?
This should just be... still I don't think confirm. There we go. I guess when I reset my computer and my game reset, that got reset as well.
What happened here? A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed.
Can't take away their fists.
Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Uh-oh.
Go to them, quickly! quick.
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora. Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon. I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Well, that's an opening. They're not holding back on punches anymore. I mean, you know, mom's alive and all, but still, they, turn up the voice volume. Fuck it, we'll send it. If I have to turn it down, I'll turn it down. She could recover in due course. I'm glad we arrived when we did. Yeah, me too. Glad Waiakawai was here. When I was sick and couldn't move, my mother was always at my side, always keeping me company. And I'm gonna do the same for her. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I am sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. Do 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 do. Our comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait. Please, it isn't safe, and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and look over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful. Yeah, he's super dead. Isadora is going to be alright then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. Well, to be fair, you're a damage dealer now. No one expected you to be able to heal anyone. That brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally, like any other. Then, all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calix commanded them to commit murder. Yes, but notably his body is still here, which suggests that something else comes along and does the zappy bit. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakwe sent word. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain some control over the sentries. This sounds like new music. That's interesting. Then we should search for Geode. Ooh, doo, doo. So it's still the Dawn Trail theme, just like super low and with almost bells. That's creepy. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calix from intercepting the signal, and we have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. I swear, if we just find a fucking pile of white dust while we're looking for him. See no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further east. I wonder if it's over there. You see no sign of Geode. Wayakwe's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode, answer me. There is no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. Well, it's not a pile of white dust. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look. But cutscene.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please.
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive. Thank the gods. Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That dust.
you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls.
Mm-hmm.
They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims.
Called it elastic
They must have
patch.
modified the soul cells. Shit.
Damn, that dude still just does not give one sweet fuck. 2 bullets just got fired off and he's still just walking.
Damn you! You can't be here. You need to run now.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
A trap.
That one's not sparking like the other ones, though. It's just normal.
Take care of the others, eh?
Damn. This is fucking good. Just forgot if we just find a second dust pile.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
Motherfucker.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
God damn.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
You son of a bitch.
resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance.
At least he knows.
Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
Yeah, you're gonna die so fucking hard after that.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Surprised didn't try to run with the battery. God, I mean, Geode went out like a fucking champ. Damn. Okay, well, and there he is. This pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul cell he left behind, was that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue immortal lives. And if a reflection stolen ether allowed for many more Endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, McLaren. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. Oh, don't you worry. I'll beat him to death with the key if he wants it that bad. Oh, God. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wyakwe to meet us there as well. I mean, I literally called it at the very beginning that something was going to happen to Geode, but I didn't think it was going to be like that.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gulolja. The blame lies with Calix, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calix for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calix is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
I'm just gonna get rid of chat for this. I don't want the chat box and cutscenes going forward. Anything noteworthy? Another comrade gone. Some days is almost more than I can bear. Geode was... he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer, though, and it is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened to Kefkiwa. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She'd like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Well, I appreciate the resub, but no, definitely not. Two very different things, Caladern. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calix, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. As you said, you need time. Friend just died. You're right. I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I'm of no use to anyone. Kafkiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. That is very, very disappointing, yeah. Alright, that's all you get. So, I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Right then. Let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air-wheelers. They've had their communications modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Ooh. Going for a little pre-arranged fly. I guess these are ground-based. These air-wheelers are Genalt's babies. You won't find them anywhere else. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I think everyone would do that. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. That is wisdom. Phew, that helped clear my head a touch. You know, McLaren, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Pretty sure there's like bats in these tunnels, but that's not exactly concerning. Ah. Well, apparently it is concerning. Why'd you have to say something? And then they died. Thanks. We usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we? Voiced cutscene.
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
To Geode. He went out like a fucking champ.
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment.
They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Definitely.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. A pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you? Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work. thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
God, this game's good. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, and then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Dude, I didn't realize how much my gear I need to freaking extract. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask for Kral's help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, McLaren? Answer this phone call and do whatever they're going to tell me to do. McLaren, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, but I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. McLaren, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I'm yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior was unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Sure. Let's a little look-see. Ah. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the world is coming to an end? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of these neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Are all the strange people with neo-regulators? Oh, please tell me you brought more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors that there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen's Fiend. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. I mean, so far, no one's seeming like they're acting strange. They're acting exactly as they normally would in this situation. People who feel safe are feeling safe. People who aren't are, well, not feeling safe. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. You know what, Sven? I think I found the weird shit you were talking about. What does that mean? He was doing good. He was acting all normal until that very last part. So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? Yes. Yes. There's some weird shit going on here. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? McLaren, can you come to resolution? We may have a problem. I'm already here with Alamati and Alphino. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. That's the Meso terminal.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
Really laying it on thick there.
Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wanted to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. That makes sense. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet, if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wilcamat, please let them shelter in Tuliolal. We will welcome Endy and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Here's hoping. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Tuliolo would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. Don't forget about me. I'll come to the rescue, too. I mean, let's be honest. More often than not, you'll need me. How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Right. We got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol, or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Glulja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alze and the others said you were here. Good news, McLaren. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029 it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities, and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. We're going to ride the elevator to the strange place. Ah. So instead of going down to Underkeep, we're going up to this center. Do 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 do. An institute on preservation's scale would have had many such facilities in the city, yet I can't help but wonder if this is one where my parents worked. Preservation laboratories. I shudder to think of what they're researching. Yeah. She'll made me her assistant. She's teaching me the basics of data management. Well, you're the fucking king. You should probably learn some of this stuff. Okay. Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level. Let's go.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
Let there be light.
The light's working.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, one reason that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
That makes sense.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in FFXIV, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure, Shale.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course, but I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
Ah. You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed by the director's office. Now as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yeah? Yes, we should, but fortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you know, work some electrope magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. In bright red letters. Alright, well, I'm touching everything. Terminal screen displays what appears to be the index page of an employee manual. Personnel protocols. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms, the Researchers' Commons, the Proto Lab, and the Deutero Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, Preservation retains the ownership of and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. Access denied. Please log in with your personal account to view. Gotcha. Complex Director, Demetrius. Protolab Chief, Eosphor. Deuterolab, Redacted. It's probably Calyx. If I had to guess. Few indecipherable notes remain pinned to this notice board, but nothing there resembles security card. Oh, come on, not gonna give me anything? No lore, no nothing? Okay. I'll still touch everything. I'm assuming it's gonna be in those drawers, and not the recycling bin. Nothing in there then? I'm not even sure where people keep their personal belongings in this day and age. And last but not least, the half-open desk drawer. Rifle through the contents. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrope surface is marked with a bold Level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. I don't have this card. I don't suppose you're going to let me do this. Not fair. It was worth a shot, though. Scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. Boop. Hold it up to the scanner and bippity boppity boo. You did it. It's open, McLaren. And a good thing too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? Well, something probably went wrong. It was run by a director, Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across from the central hub. Well, I mean, I gotta. I simply have to. That looks like a power generator of some sort. It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Yes. Journal entry 1. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calyx's philosophy is a refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calyx's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Malaya colleagues, including the Proto Lab Chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I've been assigned to assist with a research project in the Deutero lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Well, it sounds like things went really bad in the Deutero lab, who we also don't know who was the head of. And it's also one of the, well, a spot we don't have access to yet. Yeah, it's gonna... Beep boop. Level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start searching the proto lab. That door's already open, at least. Well, I was already in there. But I'll go check it out again. Since you asked, I'll go do it. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look? The locked door is shut tight, but there's just inputting the correct combination will open it. Okay. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we've achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number, Okay, so that was what, 158, I think? Anything else here? I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. I'm so glad that they're referencing stuff that's happened. It all looks so complicated. I'll have to ask Shale how to work it all. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting inference candidate to 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158. Maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it'll make sense later on. Okay, so it might be the 11508 that she said. Could be the number. Because that was the number associated with the thing he said. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was 11508. I could be wrong. Well, I might have just forgotten what the number was. There's a bunch of numbers that got said in there. I think I just forgot what it was. Oh, 9. Damn it. I was off by 1 digit. Ugh, hate to see it. One, 150, 9. There we go. Ooh, that looks like a security card. Oh wait, that's level 2. Oh, that means we have to go to the Deutero lab to get level 3. Oh boy. McLaren, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, McLaren. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives, leaving notes, losing cards. I guess I imagine they'd be more, what's the word, bloodless, mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calix and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calix and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Deutero Lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Wait, did it... Is that the one it pointed at? Because I already read that one. So there's another one in here. No. Okay. On to the next room. Beep 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 boop. Beep boop beep. Yes, it opened. And so, where should we go first? The Deutero Lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, not at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deutero Lab, shall we? I'm telling you, there's a reason that door's locked. There's something bad in there, guys. We don't want to open it. Please. You can't tell me that it isn't suspicious. Engaging power supply. No good, it's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes. And by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall directly to the Deutero Lab. Which means we need to find a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panels set into each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed. If you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then, would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, McLaren? The rest of us can help by supplying McLaren with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. God, they're giving me puzzles! Oh, this patch is awesome! This patch has been really good so far. God, diggity. Hot diggity dog. Okay. Cryo, what you found? These appear to be data logs from a former age. My scholarly interest is piqued by a few of the labels, but none are relevant to the task at hand. I've also had no luck locating more security guard cards. We shall have to rely upon our backup power strategy, I'm afraid. That's fine, that's fine. Well, something tells me that I'm supposed to get the power from there to there. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I get it. So this becomes a square, so that connects to that. Oh. And then this can just become a circle, right? And this becomes a triangle. And then I don't even need to use that space, do I? Unless... Never mind. So this becomes the triangle, and it needs to sort of split and go down the path, and this becomes whatever the icon I haven't used as yet. Diamond? There we go. I don't know who I needed to talk to figure that out, but I just used my eyes. It worked! We did it, McLaren. The Deuter lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation: The Early Days is the title. Of course. It'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet he still published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now, I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to the somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on this research and other, less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into? Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. That mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. I don't trust the Deutero lab. Yeah, there's a quest that ends here. The Deuter Lab, there's some shit going on in this place. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Yeah, we already lost Gorge. Please don't die, too. Right. I'll get this door open. Oh. Okay. Well, that was fine. Phew. Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above. Isn't that? Wait. Huh? That's my key. The key to interdimensional fusion? That's definitely still in my pocket. Or actually, Stola probably has it. That looks to be the schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one McLaren has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malaya relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So, what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, or why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Ishtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearances. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Okay, so the room wasn't bad. The room was actually very interesting. Much more interesting than I thought. You got... okay. Very, very okay. No security cards. Now see, why do they feel the need to make so many? Does that suggest that, well, I guess they could have been trying to replicate the crystal as well, and just never were able to, and they tried to make multiple keys, but because they couldn't duplicate the crystal, it just never came to pass. Oh, I guess literally the question I was just talking about. Why were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Great question, Klulja. I'll search through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something, I'm sure of it. What do we have? What are... oh, are those regulators? Regulators and soul cells. I found a key. Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shayla examine it, just to be sure. Well, well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, McLaren. Oh, a level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So, what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right. I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the keyholder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring McLaren's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Well, I'm sure we'll find out at some point in the next hour or two. Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. Absolutely! Send that shit. What were they doing with my key in this room, and why did it make them all want to become endless?
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Jesus, I don't think he does. Holy shit. Now that is what we call a cult.
There can be no exceptions.
That is some very cultish behavior. Ah. Well, that explains why that got deleted. Damn. Call him George. His name was Geode. I'm stupid. She only wanted to leave, and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deeds from the other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions, that's for damn sure. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right. Let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office! Alright, last room. What do you got for us? A hallway. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. McLaren, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Okay. This is a report on reducing people to ether and how much energy can be harnessed per individual. Crowell, what are you doing? Why are you just staying in the corner pondering? You're supposed to be searching. Something odd, something odd. Huh. This Director Demetrius was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incense and vases and some kind of gem display? Damn. This terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, McLaren. Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Sure. Let me touch the thing that's next to the obvious hidden door. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Let's do the data tablet first. Give me some lore, daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ethereal reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignation of 2 Malaya researchers. Major incident details in full report. Those 2 inept Malaya broke with Preservation and absconded with the key. though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated. We were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I'll proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Oh, it didn't let me check out the... Okay. Well. Okay. Something strange about this wall. I could have sworn I saw it flickering from over there. Seems solid enough now. Shell says this room is too small? How could that be? There's a hidden wall. Not expecting anything of note here. Yep, that's what I figured. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access. Required passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Protolab, the Deuterolab, and the Director's office. Well, well, well. That definitely could do it. Does this display do anything else? There's a missing gem. Drinks. Wow. These drawers have only big, heavy books. Absolutely. Check the books. Alright, I can touch this again. But I want to look at the logger. Open the logger. Oh god, no, that's not alright. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Hell no, that was creepy. Have you found something? Yes, I sure did. We gotta do some stuff simultaneously to operate a lift. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No. A precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed? By electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kafkiwa used to say, Shale? Never trust an electrope surface. It's not always what it appears to be. We've had walls in Orogenics that were false walls. Oh, of course. Electrope is how you alter the look of all Solution 9's walls and floors, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Oh, that would... Huh. Another door. I'll be so honest, I thought that using the 3 consoles was what was going to reveal that. Managed to disable the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note say, or lay out a password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Protolab, and she'll take the Deuterolab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take Deuterolab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. McLaren, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal, and I'll stand by to guide Wulclamat and Kryal through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there, the one with the gems. I thought since it was made of electro, it might have some other purpose, but I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Yeah, I probably just need to find the missing gem and put it in. Which maybe this is... Okay, this is like a psychology test. So, I don't know why, but this shape just screams green or orange to me. Which doesn't make any sense that, you know, a shape would denote a color, but that's what it makes me feel like. I've already done the tab. There's not gonna be anything there. What have you found? I kept searching the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe. Solve the puzzle! You genius little king. Let's see if I move this bit and then connect this circuit to that one. There! Huh. There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one just in case. I will hold on to it and then I will put it down right over there. For no particular reason. No. Hold on. I'm not actually going to do that yet. Because I haven't talked to Sphene yet. I don't know if she has anything. She looks at the reports, but they might have hints of the past. Okay, nope. Into the slot the gem goes. Ah. So this is the director's office, this is the proto-lab, and that's the Deuterolab. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase, which I cannot read. A floor plan of this complex. As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you are looking for. What's the phrase say? Glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Does touching these really do anything? No. Okay. Let's go talk to Sphene. Sphene! The passwords. Tell me. Well, I was taught the Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is, incidentally, also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? I sure do. A sapphire and garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire means honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Oh, we are. Oh, balls, I wasn't listening to what goes where. Okay, so the garnet was protection. Nope. The garnet was devotion. So, that means that the proto-lab is protection. That's devotion. Nope, I did this wrong. Because mine is protection. So the proto-lab is honesty, the garnet is devotion, and Alexander is protection. There we go. Almost fucked it up. Almost, but not. She had to get a step stool. That's adorable. Yay! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wolfmat and Kryle rejoin us. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Well, more laboratory.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is, but whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
Well, those are definitely a lot of security cameras.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
In a world formed of data, the Matrix. If only.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electro-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did, and Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect a sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been.
Oh, what a dick.
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
Well, I think he made a second miscalculation.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Yeah, he done fucked up. If he thinks that he has something that can beat me.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Phew. Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method she was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. While I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, and that is an investigation for another day. And probably another batch. And let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about Preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. I still think we should give Aaronville Geode's gun. Just let him become a Machinist. McLaren, we've briefed Aaronville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso-Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived in my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray, let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelania, and for the other Sphene I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It is your fight. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alizé and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, McLaren, Krell and I think that we should talk to Go-san before we leave for our living memory. Under Calyx's direction, Preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we'll be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Go-san will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Man, weirdly, nothing has made me want to kill this little shit more than what happened to Geode. That was such a good scene. It's still lingering, even though it was like 2 hours ago that happened. Well, that's unfortunate. Goosen, why are you wearing a knee regulator, dumbass? Oh, don't worry. I'ma kill them all.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachi called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossam, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are. That must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Good scene, good scene. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gosen. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-Regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-Regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart, or are otherwise hesitant to register. Ah, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
That's not where it is. God, some of the new music they've made for this patch has been really good too. And I'm sure that the dungeon and trial will be, well, at least the trial will be a banger. The last dungeon music wasn't all that, so not expecting a banger for a dungeon theme. Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from with the mesoterminal itself. Why? What's happened to the mesoterminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There is no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all those who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. A terminal invitation. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. No, most assuredly not. Just imagine what... Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first. I couldn't recognize a single thing and thought everything I had loved gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights, who laid their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let's make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to preserve her people, and she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Well, clearly Endless Sphene was wrong. Together we stand, and together we fight. You have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal wait the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. I must bring matters to a definitive end. Will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted to McLaren for good reason. And besides, 'twould be a tragedy indeed to relinquish our relic with so much research potential. So true, Stola. So true. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. The Meso Terminal. Alright, so we're going to do that with the Trust, but before we dive into that, I'm going to use the bathroom. So I'm just going to do that, and I'll be back in what amounts to a couple of minutes. Okay. We're back. And we're doing this. Alright. Let's talk to the people first. We have no idea what Calyx may have planned for us. Alize and I have prepared for every eventuality, yet still. Nay, you must be free to lead our charge unhindered by doubt. As you press onwards, I shall guard the flanks. If my parents were indeed executed by preservation, for me this will not only be a fight for the greater good, this will be justice. If I'm to add an addendum to Grandfather's account of the Golden City, then let it be a rousing good one, eh? 'Tis beyond knowing how Calyx has advanced his plans for endless conversion for the past 400 years. I do know, however, that pursuing an objective for lengthy spans requires an unwielding will. Especially when that objective entails changing the world as we know it. Calyx is a foe possessed of both considerable focus and resolve. We would do well to recognize him as such. As the vow of resolve, or even just as a comrade, I see myself making a lot of promises. I mean to honor every last one of them, starting with the oath I swore to the Endless Sphere. Even if it's just a memory, I want to think of her smiling at that promise kept. The Alexandria of today has seen countless lives come and go. My other self took their grief and fear and rage upon herself in service to our kingdom. Around me are gathered those willing to give their all to fulfill the promise they made to her. How can I do any less? Alexandrians must be free to believe that they are more than sadness awaits them, that tomorrow can be better than today. Calyx's scheme to forfeit flesh to gain immortality calls to mind the Ea. I know, right? I knew. Of course it would be you who remembers. Not that informing him of their fate would do much to dissuade him. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire. Such was my reply to the Ea's warnings. So I know a little something of refusing to listen save when confronted with incontrovertible proof of my error. I really do think you take on too much from too many people, and yet it's never the wrong choice. The Queen gave you the key for a reason, so I'll be damned if I let Calyx steal it. Alright. Who we're bringing? I mean, that just feels right, I guess. It's too bad. I wanted to bring a Stoll, but it just kind of feels right that the Zoe Mancer come around. Yeah, we can run with this. That seems fair. Ooh. Okay. This is much more dungeon music than the last dungeon. But I suppose this is also a different kind of dungeon than that one was.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
Oh, what a dick. So obviously due to the trust nature of this, it's going to be a little bit slow, but worth, in my opinion. I always do these with a trust first. I'm stupid. Yeah, this is a pretty good dungeon theme. I'm okay with this. Good leitmotifs too. What is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple: to ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning aspected imbalance, this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the Levin sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end, it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we now face.
I've created new endless for you. Not all at once, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth.
Oh, okay. Well, that's... Jesus. Dude, this dude's kind of messed up. I mean, we already knew that, to be fair, but still. Big damn, big damn. Man, it feels nice not having to remember my frickin' cannons. I can just do my rotation as I'm supposed to. No, I didn't get my song off. Alright. We need to find some enemies right now. Welcome back. Go forth. Wait, so this is actually Smile is what that leitmotif is. I thought it was just the Dawn Trail song, but it's actually Smile. Which, I don't care what anyone says, is a great song.
Of a physician
Chirurgeon General.
Lives should be reluctant to die.
Okay. Just waiting for these timings to line up better. Okay. Also, this wub part, love it. Assuming that's just a raid wide. Is that a... Okay. So knock back in the safe zone. Yep. Okay.
No holding back.
Okay. Sensory deprivation. Huh? Well, that's gonna be fucking confusing, I think. Okay, so knockbacks here. The sensory deprivation again. I mean, I just need to trust I'm right? Why are they all going there? What? Hang on. Why did it flip? Why? Oh, why did that happen? Unless I still had the confusion on me? No. I don't know. Also, I should eat food. I need to study that again. Okay, so this is fine. I'm assuming that the confusion was just still on me, and that's why it swapped. Sensory deprivation. So then I see duplicates, but I already know that this is the real one. Yeah, okay, so I don't have the debuff on me anymore. Okay, so why was this... Where in... Okay, what in the actual hell? I don't understand this.
With every mote of my being.
Something special for you.
I need more time with that mechanic. Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay, these are going off first. I didn't understand why it was dumb. Ow. I did it dumb. Right, yeah. I understand why. I get the mechanic now. I'm just stupid.
No holding back.
It's gonna take a little bit of time to perfect the usage of, but I get it now. Because it wasn't them all going off at the same time again. It was just one of them went off, then the other went off. Mine was a dumb. More lore. According to Master Calyx, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulate one's true self. Based upon these principles, He has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electrope technology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have, in fact, already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind as we know it has taken a great leap forward. Get in there, Wook. That didn't get guarded. I got a ring. That's not good. Yeah, this is a good track.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Allow me.
Damn. Please give me a song. Thank you. Uh-oh. Man, I remember when that move was just a cone attack. Back in the good old days. Yes, yes. Alright, boss 2. Oh!
They shall deal appropriate.
Ooh. Awesome. First up, awesome. Second, okay. Fuck it, I'm killing the one that was ahead of me. I don't give a fuck. Oh wait, can you only? Hang on.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
We actually get our own bosses. This is so awesome. Okay, so it's here and then we just move over. Okay. Oh, good God. Oh! Okay. Okay, so Wilkmat's still getting targeted by like tank busters and stuff. Ooh, hang on. Are you what's... This must be what's making the burning floor. I need to get rid of that. Huh. I mean, I knew what I had to do, I just wasn't fast enough with it. And just got completely bonked. Also, absolutely adore this. This is amazing. I love this boss. Oh my god. Alright, I'm tethered to you again. That's fine. I guess I should, like, technically be fighting on this side. So that, you know, raid wides and stuff.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
You know, get everyone inside of buffs, etc., etc. Does Fiend just use Limit Break? Wow. God, this is such a cool boss fight. I thought that went off already. Alright, the balls of destiny. Alright, I need to test this. Alright, that's what I figured. Oh, and it gives you a damage or a vuln stack? Okay, that's pretty unfortunate. So definitely don't do that again. Ah shit, I was paying attention to his dots. This is why I should have him focus targeted. Dumbass. Da, 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 da. Okay. So that time we got it. Oh god. What does that feel like raid wide? Because it is. Okay, I'll just do that. This time, we're not going to go in early. Because that would be foolish. You dick! I'm in the middle of my 2 minutes. Is this safe? Okay, this is cool. Alright. Graha, let's get you out. Dude, come on, you can help. Oh wait, can you? Oh yeah, you can literally just get in there. Awesome, awesome, awesome boss fight. Love that. That's so cool. Fuck it. So we're not going to use buffs on these two, we're going to wait. Ow! Oh, that... I don't know why that fucking hurt my spine. Ow! Almost never gonna pop the song yet. This is a day. Thank you. Let's go. Data? Ah, there it is. I feel there's gonna be a data shard around here somewhere. Nope, my song, please. BB. Okay. We have succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electrode device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet, despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's ether reserves whilst granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored, but also backed up as data. The Endless will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was perhaps the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. And I already ran out of that song too. Damn it!
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation you'll serve well.
Oh damn. This is Alexandria.
At the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
I absolutely potatoed that first opener. Please keep me safe.
hold on.
Alright. This should be a final boss, I think.
Very well. If one by one they fall,
What?
I'll send them all as one.
Excuse you?
Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Huh. It's a glitter monster. It's like glitter glue.
And meet the foe before you.
Cool. Also, wall boss? That is indeed a wall boss. Alright. Send it, Wook. Alright, girl, how close do I have to get?
Let us see how it fares.
Okay, so recollection is a raid wind.
Storm surge.
Makes sense.
Allow me.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Understood.
Countless lives are lost in a senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity.
Awesome. Donuts and point blanks. I'm too busy looking at stuff to do anything. Ah, nope. Oh, God. Damn, dude.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Okay, so I also have to pay attention to the boss. Noted. Alrighty, so... Okay. Oh, God. I can't see in there.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Okay. Sure.
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Okay. Okay. Ah. I was like, what does that text mean? Then I just saw it reaching up into the air. Oh, that is a different angle. Okay, is this going to be the knockback again? Okay. So I know there is a safe spot in here. It's just a matter of seeing through... Alright, it's basically literally like those massive corners. All fine. No, you don't get to take my limit break this time, Sphene. Yes, it's just... Line's going that way. Okay. That's fine. We just dodge those. Damn, is this corner just always safe for this mechanic? Okay. A cool fight, but an easy fight. Doot-dee-da. Nah. Alright, what does it look like? Honestly, not that bad. Kinda sad I didn't get a top to compare it with, but... Alright. Let's go.
Sphene? The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on. Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Sure.
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask. Why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded.
I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
Interesting.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold, so weak.
Across Alexandria,
Are you making a primal of Sphene/Mesoterminal?
for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless.
Oh my god, he's summoning a primal! It's been so long. They've got the Aether, they've got the prayers. Awesome.
What's going on?
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer.
Let's go.
Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had.
But who taught you how to summon a primal?
And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
Oh.
What is that?
Okay.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept.
That's what I asked.
How did he learn such techniques?
Who taught him?
Keep these close. That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
And of course, the twins would have them. They're the ones who were in Garlemald. That's perfect.
That remains to be seen.
The Ageless Necropolis. Oh my god. Let's go. Oh, hell yes. So I thought I got a pop-up during that, but I guess not. Okay, well, we're doing it with trust. Actually, we must chat. Oh god. Okay. An abundance of lightning would indeed obviate the need for crystals. I should like to know where Calyx came by this summoning knowledge. Yeah, you, me, and Ishtala. All. I don't care if that thing is a waking nightmare. Let's send it back into the darkness. As I feared, I was right to bring spare warding scales. Against the threat of a primal, we must take advantage of every warrior we can field. The summoning ritual alone made my blood run cold, like I was halfway to becoming a corpse. So, 'tis a primal which embodies the concept of death and all its terror. He has made manifest a most troublesome foe. What is he saying? That the fears of everyone in Alexandria gave birth to this horror? Yep. It all finally makes sense. Those mechanical rampages were not orchestrated solely for the purpose of harvesting ether. They were intended to heighten the collective fear of death. That the primal manifested by the people's terror would be that much more powerful. Alright, well. Let's spank that bitch. Sure. Alright. Here we go. The platform reminds me of the Zodiac fight. Grasping Eternity. Necron. Awesome.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
Right. Wait, my food. Alright, now we can go.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
Fear of death. Probably a raid wide. Yep. Oh, with.
Drag them to their graves.
Ow! Oh. Okay. Understood.
Try this.
There.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Ah, okay. That one's glowing, so that one's gonna be the big one this time. So it's hit, then move. Yep. Okay. There's definitely more to that. Okay, gotcha. So just don't stand in those.
Do you not see? Death is
Oh, oh god, that is a tank buster right there.
Perhaps this.
Okay. We'll pop this just in case. Necron draws in ether. Okay. Ah. Okay. So I'm assuming this is going to be different symbols for different effects. So this is that and in?
Kill them.
Nope, it sure wasn't. Ow. Okay, I need to figure out the difference between those two images.
Fear, eroding your strength.
Because that hurts. Oh, I died there. Okay. Oh god, I understand. Holy shit.
Something special for you.
Okay.
Are you all right?
Sorta.
I will reduce you to ether.
Neutron ring. Don't know what that does. I'm assuming that just sends us back. Let me true this. Resets platform? Yeah, definitely. Okay.
You will die for me now.
Okay. Ah. Well. Ah, yep, this is just like Zodiark's ball phase. Just gotta kill him before the charge gets too high.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Yeah, this is just gonna be big hurt. No, you son of a bitch! Okay. Where are you? Okay. Individual part of the fight? Okay, noted. Oh god. Alright, well this part definitely is hopefully not going to be in the extreme.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that.
Okay, if these are going to be lions, I assume. Yep.
There.
Okay. I'll be honest, I was expecting these mechanics to go off at the same time. But they probably will later, and there was just a show moment of them separately.
Deserve it.
Okay. Okay, so I need to figure out the difference between these two. What the fuck? Okay, I understand, I guess. Well, I'm definitely gonna figure it out here.
Kill them.
Okay, I understand. So, what I don't understand is it still doing 1 to 3 or? Ow, no it's not. Okay. Wait, no, don't we stay in? Nope, we don't. I don't know how to read the mechanics. I'm so sorry, I lied. I thought I did, I was wrong.
If you must.
Okay, apparently I was supposed to be with this group. Okay, yep.
There.
That's the big sand.
You struggle in vain.
Alright. So what's the fucking difference between these symbols? That's just a circle.
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Okay.
We mustn't hold back.
Wook, please no.
Kill them.
Okay. I still have no idea. Seen the mechanics so many times now, still no idea how to read it.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Oh right, that's a phase change. I should troop that. Thank goodness that isn't a persistent beam. It's just instantaneous basically, otherwise I would have run straight through that thing. Alright, well we're just gonna troop here. So we didn't do it earlier.
I will reduce you to ether.
Because it will also cover this transition, so it's probably even better for me to do the troop here. For being honest.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Yeah, you keep saying that, buddy. Get some new material.
Hold still.
All these rings look exactly the same.
I am prepared for you. Till then.
Is that out? Nope, I still have no idea. I can tell that this is a back and forth. I have no idea why. I'm gonna have to look some shit up on that, because that mechanic, I don't get it. Alright. I've now learned that I am over here.
There.
Okay. Well, that was really easy. Except for that one mechanic that I still don't get. There wasn't a whole lot in that normal mode. Which is a little disappointing, because the introduction was so cool. Hopefully the extreme will have, you know, more in it. Whenever I get to that, which should probably be tomorrow if I had to guess. It's already getting kind of late. This has been a long MSQ. Love to see it. But for the, you know, the big boss of 7.3, that was really anticlimactic, unfortunately.
Now, the memory bank.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
Fair.
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
Another one.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Calyx. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Sounds like you're trying to run scared.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them! Together! The others.
Oh, wait. Text using my weapon. Fucking awesome. Amazing.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tuliolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
Well, that was also very good. Trying to eat this granola bar without making a ton of noise. And now it's done. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not. Lamity will be fine. I've been in touch with Valcona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamity himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Wilclamat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once you had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calyx's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means, preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are arrested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. That's what I'm saying. Aye, for where there are primals, the Astons are never far. Yeah, Ascians, baby. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valcona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first, then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. McLaren, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble, as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Sven. Aaronville and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we'd feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only, I am concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with that person? She works the fields at that place, not far from here. As one who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I should do just that. Thank you, Krile. Look who it is. Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I am sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pipoan was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen Sphene who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet, despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope, for me, for everyone. Now, I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Pipoan and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful. I shall petition Gaussen to spread the news. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, 'twould seem. By the way, McLaren, Elfno told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamanti back to Tuliolo. Alfno himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galulja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the Drift Downs with Aaronville. If you ask Tapu, I think her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. Tapu, where's the child? Ah, I know that voice, and happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Glulja, are you? He was here, asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Yeah. Him and Otis both. You didn't have tracked all the way out here, but it's good to see you. Alize gave us the broad strokes, and Kona had some choice words as well.
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
How did you know I did a trial?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest. You're just a wee little sprout now, but one day you'll grow into something more.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Damn.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Kululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
You bet. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Yeah, I bet. God, they did not need to have that scene, but that was so good. I think Galulja would make an excellent King of Resolve. Even if he doesn't want the title. To the back rooms. Oh, we had the same idea, I see. I thought it might be nice to catch up with our Oblivion friends before we delve into more serious matters with the city officials. McLaren. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have much to thank you for. Final quest. The Promise of Tomorrow. I don't know what track that's gonna be. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kafkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Ah, the preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. Oh, he's a big kitty, he could take care of himself. But okay, bye. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. Sure. Zonk. Several weeks later. That may be the most drastic passage of time that's ever been clearly stated in this game. That's crazy. Oh, poor Graha.
What an absurdly long report.
Holy shit!
It took us an age to finish.
All those pages is a report?
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso-terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely. Our Sphene from another time?
Yes, be safe.
I'll see you soon.
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company.
I don't know why I just pointed at Aaronville. You're more useful than he is in combat.
Thank you all for your well wishes.
Look at that train, all beautiful and not blown up.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
I was like, why did we bring him here? But sometimes I forget that to get from Alexandria to Living Memory, you technically have to go to Yaktel. I keep forgetting about that.
The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
That's what you get. Your dick bag, you get manual labor. Bakul Jaja. And Kona. Yes, Kona, speak to me, Daddy. I need it.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel then.
Yeah.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
She's probably out punching a tree or something, knowing her.
Indeed.
Oh.
She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful.
scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Pelu, pelu.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is. Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve.
And there's a little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need...
Her inner Abacus is going.
Remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
Abacus. Abacus? I can never remember that friggin' word. You want to say Abascus, but that's definitely not it. It's probably an abacus.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree. Especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new endless, of course.
Wait.
Once things are up and running, we use the meso terminal
Will the city
to
go
transmit
back?
the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sveen? Yes. I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
In exchange for... It's never easy with the Pelu Pelu.
Glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Was the silence thought no more than an intrigue for my light? Was it a gift? The terminal was part miracle. But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and retreat. We might live in the present and dare to time of departure comes.
Wow. Okay.
You're protecting me. I remember now. It's a soft golden light. Memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones. Never meant to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service of our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has been done before. Alexandria will thrive again. My words.
What will you now be?
Yes, well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, as I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you would let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
You are a queen after all. Can't just be a citizen.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vote for myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. You people have been most insistent. You take your rightful place as a queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
He'll grow into it, though. Don't worry.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self wore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
Hell yeah. Never-ending trail.
We'll walk it side by side.
Gotta love this song so much. I don't care what anyone says.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Seeing the city alive again does me some good. I need to drink some water. Thank you for your kind encouragement, McLaren. Wilclamad is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliolol will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Koana's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end to my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wilclamad back to Tuliolol, but what are your plans, McLaren? Didn't you have any other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Kona's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. Go back to Tuliolol. Can't believe we restored the city. That's good. Good bunions. Good shit. Me likey. Hey, Kona. That's one way to put it. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lance Guard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliolol a while. We believe in you, Galulja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Lamati, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galulja? Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It's all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or reflections, but I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the endless Sphene. Thank you, McLaren, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliolol. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolol, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, McLaren. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I think I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You really come far, Glulja, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Okay, this is the end. Back to resolution. We observed no complications with the memory restoration thus far. Thank goodness for small mercies. I'll need to give a full account of what happened here to Thancred and the others. That said, Estinian may prove difficult to track down. You've had a busy time of it, Warrior of Light. Take advantage of this lull while you may. When did Aaronville leave Alexandria? Don't tell me he's embarked on some far-flung expedition without saying goodbye. I hear Glulja has packed up his bags and left to train to Tuliolol. Oh, I suppose you would have seen him while you were there. There are still those who can't decide if they want their memories back. I said I would restore mine after things calmed down, but the truth is, I'm not sure I'm even ready. So we'll make this a gradual process. Give everyone the time they need to prepare, myself included. McLaren, you're here. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions with a science to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sven, Atheris's leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphino report on fantastical events. Once again, I'm in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. Ah, I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service in the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. It's a good idea. I'm glad you agree. Some have yet to receive the requested memories, however, so we shall wait until the initial wave of restorations is complete before proceeding. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigations, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was all so strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries in which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. Come on, give me my final stinger. Oh. Wait, was Calyx at that scene before? Is that why?
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments.
Oh?
But no matter. Learn from this setback and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan?
I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
I recognize that cape anywhere. An Asian.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
We got Asians back, let's go! Hell yeah. If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? Awesome. So cool. I thought I was gonna have... I did not realize that the MSQ was gonna take 5 hours to do. So we're gonna wrap it up there, and then I guess tomorrow we'll do the Alliance raid and start the extreme trial, because I need to go and eat, because I'm hungry. Hungry, nom nom. So we'll probably pick up again same time tomorrow, like 11 PST. 11 AM PST, I should say. But that'll be a tomorrow thing, so as always, until then, have a good one.